to do this is Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, 5:30 PM. We are going to do the fiscal year 24 budget hearing first. So I need to call to order roll call, please. Joy?
Yes. Tim Barrett.
Here.
Linda Duncan.
Yes.
Rob Metzger. Here. Tom Fitzer.
Present.
Sarah Owen.
Here. All right, thank you. All right, presentation of the budget and comments from the public. We've already been presented really with the budget. It's
That's what I
just,
shared with Angela. It's really more if there's questions from the board or if there's any questions from the public, anyone specifically for that. But not to be redundant with the board because you've seen this.
yes.
But by law, we have to offer time for a hearing.
And the
Ann or Gabe, do you have any
presentation is
comments?
If you have a chance to look at it.
How much you have left?
Questions on that?
What was that?
He's like, I might, just hold on. I'm hearing or seeing nothing, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we are going to, no, we have to wait till 5:35, don't we?
Well, it's supposed to be immediately following.
But it has a time.
Well, it's 5:35.
It has a
Let's
time.
wait a
We
couple
have
minutes.
to wait till, we can always go after, we cannot go before.
I agree.
Oh, I'm just stating
Yeah, yep.
why we are pausing.
It will just be Roger. I apologize.
I don't know that I'll be there.
Well, that's what he Or Eric.
It's okay to, oh yeah, 1 minute.
She's.
I have 5:34 on mine.
I do
Sure,
too.
sir.
Or if I can take up 1 minute. I've also attached in there, Maggie went to a lot of work. She contacted the area schools and what their proposed tax rates are. So you might be curious in looking at that.
Time.
All right. 5:35. Now we will do the fiscal year 23 budget amendment hearing. So we need roll call to order, please, Joy.
We just had the amendment. I had that mixed around, so, yes. Tim Barrett.
Here.
Linda Duncan.
Here.
Tom Fitzer.
Here.
Rob Metzger. And Sarah Owen.
Here.
All right, thank you, Joy. All right, presentation of the amended budget and comments from the public. And we've already gone over that too.
Yeah.
No, we went over the amendment. It should have been,
Oh, the other way around?
so now she's gonna give you your budget.
Okay.
This is the 2023 amendment where we're increasing by $575,000, and that's due to the various building and site improvements, donations and carryover funds that we spoke about.
It's very common to have an amendment each year,
Oh, yes.
specifically, fortunately for us, because we do have some outside revenue streams that are unpredictable. Our foundation.
There are no comments from the public or from the board.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now it's the main event. Now we are having our regular school board meeting. The mission of the Wilton Community School District is to provide an education that encourages continual progress through the improvement of one's abilities, expansion of one's interests and knowledge, and the growth of one's character. All right, Joy, call to order, roll call, please.
Tim Barrett.
Here.
Linda Duncan.
Here.
Tom Fitzer.
Still here.
Rob Metzger. And Sarah Owen.
All right, agenda approval. Are there any additions, changes, or corrections, Mr. Burnett?
Yes, we have one. I'd like to add letter C under individual action items.
Well, I put it under consent. agenda.
Okay, well, we only, which
Consent
one?
agenda I.
Oh, driver ed.
No, forgive me. We have consent agenda number 3. It'll be letter J.
Oh, on the back.
Yep, on the back.
Oh, by J. Okay.
And it would be a memorandum
Easy for you to say.
of understanding with Muscatine County Fair Board as far as allowing our kids to participate in the fair. Is that for 10 years, Joy? How many years is it, Josh? Is there a yearly, is it yearly?
I think it's ongoing.
Until they think it needs to be revisited.
We've never done it before.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's time that we update it. I don't remember doing it in the
I don't
past.
either.
No.
But that's okay. Moving forward, that's good. All right.
Anyway,
so
that's
we're just
letter
adding
J,
memorandum J.
MOU
Memorandum for,
with Muscatine County Fair.
all right? So with that,
Make a motion to approve the agenda. With the added of J. I'll second.
all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, minutes approval. We will do both the March 8th regular meeting and the March 29th special meeting. Motion to approve the minutes. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we now move to, yay, public forum. First, we have Gabe Bourne.
If it's not gonna throw it in too much of a loop, I have somebody watching my kids right now, so I can let these kiddos go first.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, I get it.
I'm good, I'm not gonna, my kid,
Okay.
it was
All
only
right.
gonna be if my kids were in tow that I really.
Oh, okay, all right. So,
Let the students go
yeah,
first,
should we
doesn't
do the
matter.
students?
Yeah.
Should we go?
Olivia and Josh, you guys want to give us an update on the greenhouse?
Yay.
How things are growing?
And one more thing, and
Can we go
I'm
this?
sure
Sorry.
same thing.
Nobody wants. Nobody's ready?
I know Mr. Beckley can go, and then we'll let Ann go.
Just let Ann.
Ann, you can go.
All right,
Okay, okay.
You're up front, so.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about raising the wages for Latchkey.
Yeah.
And you guys had some questions, so I just wanted to answer whatever you needed me to answer. And I don't know if I sent it to the right.
Did you guys
No.
get information from?
I sent one to the email, but there's like two different ones.
I did not.
I don't,
Because there's one that says Wilton School Board, and then there's one that
Do you have
says,
that in front of you?
I have this if you want to make
I
copies.
was gonna say, Joy, do you want to make copies quick?
I didn't know, because I tried to send it.
Look at and write on. And then there can be a Q and A with Ann.
I can do it right here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we just
We're gonna make-
yeah.
over there, so one for each. Yeah. I don't know if they really need the price, if they could even pass that around.
Oh, Ann, you just want to talk for a second while she's running that off?
Yeah, does he wanna?
How things are going with Latchkey and numbers, et cetera?
It looks like we're going to have a big summer. I have a lot of people, like, really big, so I'm gonna have a lot of staff this year, so I'm probably gonna add staff because a lot of our kids, which is gonna say on there, a lot of our kids are behavior kids. We at least have 10 behavior children. And that requires us to have a couple usually taking care of those if they have outbursts. I'm not saying that we might not have more because with having, I think we're gonna have 15 new kindergartners. I have, I don't really know those kindergartners yet. So I have no idea if there might be more. That's why, and most of those are gonna probably be my past staff members that are in college, which they'll have the higher wage, but like the really higher wage. And that it just kind of digs us deep. What else? I kind of would like to spend more money for this summer because we have not bought anything since August for the room. So for us to have a successful summer, you kind of need those outdoor toys.
Yes.
Markers, crayons, different, our Barbies and our dolls are looking pretty shady. I'm sure Tara knows, but it's private stuff. They look pretty pathetic. So we need games. And so those are just some of the things that we'll need. We'll need to also have 3 different rooms, so we'll have the gym. Lisa Burmeister usually lets us use her room and then the latchkey room. Because I can say that we're probably gonna have about 60 kids this summer. I'm not saying every day, because if we have 60 kids every day, you might see me just wandering and next week. I might be a little, but we'll have a lot of kids. So we're gonna have to have 3 rooms. We're gonna have to have them split up into different activities. Yes. So,
And with some of those kids you talked about with more behavioral needs, do they have an extension on their IEPs that helps fund some of those additional goals that you need? Or does that, how do you balance that with, you know, your ratio of adult per student when there's some kids that need extra help based upon you know?
see, so some of them don't have IEPs. And that's the thing is, they're just have behavior. So a lot of our kids have ADHD and, where they're just defiant or they have autism. And not always do we have, now I know there is a couple that have IEPs, but those aren't even are my hard ones. So,
I was just curious because I know in the past, when I was in the principal role, we have students who would have an extension for summer.
and what, that's the thing is, we used to have one that we would get like a grant or something, but that was usually when they were like physically handicapped.
Okay.
Oh,
And this is more, yeah, I guess they're not on that level of like mentally handicapped or anything. It's just, if it was mentally handicapped, I could see that, but these are just behaviors and I've never been told that we can get that. And I just had my DHS visit with, yeah. Like, because Heidi Brown is my DHS licensor, and she's never said anything that I should get anything. She said, yeah, you kind of, for me to feel safe, legally, I can have 15 to 1 kids. So 15 for 1 staff. Yeah. But in my head, what if someone gets hurt?
I was just curious how you determine
Yeah, so
that.
I think I kind of go for like 10 to 1, because I don't feel like that's okay. And really legally, I can have that. It's like, ugh, no.
so Ann, are you asking wages or you're asking tuition?
Or tuition, sorry. I'm like, but I always call it wages for the parents, so.
Oh, I get you.
No, not for my staff, because what happened is my staff did get higher wages, and then I really wanted to not go under, because I worked really hard, and then now I'm just, we have a church that provides us with snacks, and like, I think he's gonna start going like every month now, but oh my gosh, they provide us with snacks galore. So it was kind of nice because on Monday I was like, oh my gosh, I have to go get snacks. And I really hate going to get snacks. And he comes in with a whole bunch of snacks and it was great. It's just, I'm trying to look at my notes here. I just know that we're lower than our surrounding areas, which I kind of printed out as best as I could.
You know what our current rate is?
Yeah, it's in there.
Did I miss it? Oh.
This is, I guess that's West Branch.
What are
What is our current?
Right now.
our current, it depends on what you're like, for before,
Just for instance, like summer full-time, just to compare.
summer full-time would be 120 right now.
So we're $42 under what?
It's like Tipton and West.
That was West Branch.
So you-
Yeah.
I'm assuming you have recommendations on what you want to raise it. The tuition,
Which I do have that copy.
Yeah, it's in here.
Oh, okay.
It's
Before we get to that though, I'm really curious, if we didn't do a raise, what would that change, what would that do to the budget? What would the projected ending balance be? Because the reason why I asked this, quite honestly, is not thinking that we're not gonna have to raise rates at some point. But looking at a $53,000 ending balance at the end of this month and asking families to pay more right now with the economy the way it is and inflation and I mean, thankfully, my kids are all well past those days, but like, they're still expensive to eat, but like,
I don't know.
That is a good question, but that's a very hard question to answer because we don't know how many kids she's gonna get in the summer and how many are gonna be full-time or half-time or gonna come before school and after or just before and.
But as the expenses go up, so do revenues. So I mean, the numbers to an extent, I know it's not a perfect match, but like, it's not like this is all burden when we have more kids. I mean, so does the revenue as well. And our job
gotta be
is,
unspent
and our
balance.
job is to project the budget
You know, what number?
as accurately as we can for next year, based on what we expect for revenues, and then you look at historical things and all that. So that's where I'm at with it, where I'm coming from, is if we don't do anything, yeah, I understand we may be in a deficit spending situation again. To date, we've spent about $10,000 more than what we brought in. What's that look like next year if we don't take action? I know it's kicking the can down the road a little bit, but again, I think we owe it to at least consider that for families and buying whatever we reasonably can without threatening going into the red.
Anne didn't, she usually does a, around Christmas time order of about
Yeah, I usually spend money 3 times a year on toys, new toys and stuff like that. So I usually spend a good chunk because I used to go from having to spend money and now, when we gave the raises for the staff, that ended. I used to have to spend money. Now I'm trying to stay on even. So I'm not, I guess I'm not buying new things for the program to make it successful. You know, the kids want to play with things. I'm using some of my own money sometimes just because I want to make this work. And I guess for me, we're cutting it real thin right now with, I want to make sure that I don't go under. That's the thing is,
What
I,
I'm saying though is you got a $50,000 cushion. And I know that
Currently in
can,
your
that
account.
that can disappear pretty fast, but that's where I'm trying to reconcile a little bit. So if you budget for next year with all the things that you reasonably need to, I'm not saying you shouldn't buy new toys and stuff. Figure that in. And once we've projected as accurately as we can what our revenues are gonna be and what our expenses need to be for next year, where does that leave us? How close are we cutting? That's what I'd like to know.
Because it's going to be a fine line between the wages and the tuition to be able to balance that, to be able to spend what you need to spend.
What were you thinking the increase would be? Do you have an idea?
Didn't you present it, was it last month?
It was last
I
time.
can't remember.
We
I can't
raised
either.
well, not everything. Some things went up $5 and the most we went up was $10. Depending on what it was. And you can see on, what is it, page 16 of the handbook, what all those prices are. There's multiple prices, depending on what the need is.
I guess, I understand what Rob's saying, but I too also see where I don't want to be in a jam next year and go, hey, now we're going to have to raise it significantly to catch up. If we did a small bump this year, a small bump next year, so that we're kind of easing into it. I don't want to, but again, you know, I don't know what you're projecting to have, you know what I mean? So
Well, and that's why I asked Ann to go ahead and check
the surrounding, right.
the surrounding, just to see if we're comparable. And like she said, we haven't raised the prices in the last 3 years, but our wages have gone up,
Right.
you know, 3 years. Food prices are going up, which that's being offset a little bit right now because of the church helping us out.
Right.
And like she said, in December, she did not go out and spend that money to upgrade toys and what have you. So, I mean, even if we wanted to cut that in half and those prices that we raised by $5, we back that down to $2.50. And those that we raised by 10, we drop that to 10. If you want to, you know, just kind of ease into it, just to see what next year at this time brings. And then we can either say, okay, that was good enough, or no, we need to step it up again.
I think it'd be interesting from just a systematic fiscal piece would be every year, take a snapshot, June 30th, or no, I shouldn't say that. We have to do it earlier because we have to determine this. A snapshot on March 1st, what is our unspent balance? Is it this year, we're at 58,000 and last year we were at 68, which means we had a $10,000 spending gap and we're projected to go down, therefore we need to raise rates. If we had 5 years history of knowing that this is a safe balance to be at, or what we've done, but we don't have that to know. Like Rob said, how do we, we don't want to have too much sitting there if it's not being used.
And that's where I'm at. I mean, the comps are great, but you're asking us to approve passing on expenses to families with little kids with incomplete information. At the end of the day, if somebody asks me, why are you doing this? Well, we're sitting on $50,000. I really don't know why. Well, like, I get all these reasons, but I don't know that puts us in a dire spot where we have to pass this on right now. And so without that information, I won't go along with it, with an increase. If you can give me that information and show where it's fiscally necessary, then that's what you gotta do to keep solving it, that's fine.
I think it'd be interesting to see that. I mean, I know just from my business, the way that I've spent way more on food than I've had to in the past. I mean, toys and crafts and all that stuff. And so last year I had bumped my rates. Everybody understood, but it's also, I see what you're saying, these people that are also having to pay more for childcare, paying more for groceries and more for this and more for that. So I don't want us to get, to where we're burdening people too much that they can't handle it and have to try to do something else. But it would be interesting to see that, and if we could, and then that way we can sit there and go, yeah, this absolutely makes sense. That way you're still able to do your regular spending for activities and whatnot. Not having the pool anymore. You got those bigger kids, you've got to kind of, direct somewhere else and space and all that good stuff. So I am totally fine with, you purchasing what you need to purchase.
Agreed.
And if we need to, go ahead and bump that, if we're seeing that trend, then I'm 100% okay with it. I totally see where you're coming from with it. I don't want to, have a huge unspent balance just sitting there if we go ahead and, do the upcharges on things, but we're also upcharged for a lot of things that you need for the program. So if you can get that and show it to us, and then we can talk about it and see if we need to do a little bump this year and maybe a little bump next year, so it's not a huge burden for families, I'm fine with that.
But don't stop doing what you need to do.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Run
I don't want you to not feel like you have a successful program because you don't have the tools for that. So you do what you need to do purchase wise and.
Well, yeah, I just don't like to.
Yep.
I've saved the program twice.
Yep.
So I've saved it once when I did it the first time, and then I saved it again. So I'm not gonna let it go under again. So that's why I was.
Appreciate it.
And that's why when we did that raises, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna go through my money. And I was pretty proud of myself that I just kept it. So we have that cushion, because I don't know day to day if some parents are just gonna have to stop using daycare.
Right.
Because some do.
And we don't want that.
With this, what's going on. But also, now it's building back up again. And so I think our biggest problem is providing these kids with snacks, providing these kids with the stuff that is high priced. And it takes a toll on that, and you just gotta.
Don't think we don't appreciate everything you're doing. Yes. We understand.
Well, I wasn't trying to, I guess it sounded a little like I was.
No,
bragging.
not at all.
But I have saved this program twice.
Exactly. I appreciate that. I want you to know that.
No, and I love my job and I love the kids that I work with. So that's why I guess I'm a big kid and I want to make sure that they have all the fun stuff that they can
100%.
have. And
But if our unspent balance is only high because you've been skimping, then that's a false narrative in itself.
yeah, but I was just trying to make sure that we didn't, I was trying to save it as much as I could because I don't know, like day to day.
If you're going without, just so that we've got this chunk of a budget, that doesn't make sense. So do what you need to do, and that'll also give us a clearer picture of where you're at.
And we'll watch it monthly, and if it gets in trouble, we can reconvene.
That's good.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Gabe, you want to reconsider, or are you okay?
I'm good.
You're fine. All right.
It's just
Let's soak it in.
soaking it in.
All right, let's go back to Josh, Mr. Day, excuse me, and Miss Zippy.
And T.
That's right, the most important part. Where's your ear?
I'm gonna try to get it up on the screen here so you guys can see a short video, 3 minutes that part of our team has been working on, I think, Samsung first, so we're doing, okay, I just want to make sure. So Samsung project we've been working on since last fall. It's a short 3-minute clip here that will show.
What's at stake though? Let everybody know, this is a big, big deal. Like there's a lot here.
Yeah. So do you guys know the numbers?
Yeah, she knows.
Yeah. So
Last fall, I believe, we submitted an idea to Samsung and we were state winners. So if we submitted a video, we got like $12,000. We were state winners.
For state
If we were
winners.
state winners, we got $12,000 and some Samsung equipment. So when we found that out, late March, we decided to start filming and getting our video together. So April 4th, we sent in our video for Samsung. And if we win nationally, we get $100,000 from Samsung. And if we're top 3, get 100,000, and fourth
4 through 10 get.
4 through
like
10 get
50.
like 50,000. Yeah.
Some of the, in my understanding, some of that is ear tag that you have to spend that
Yes.
on
Some of it's-
Samsung equipment. But it's like 50%. So if you win 100,000, you still get 50,000 in cash to freely spend at your wish.
So we'll show the video here real quick. It's just a problem that we ran into last fall and not necessarily at our school farm here, but also out on some of our students' farm here. So if you want to go ahead. We have awesome.
This is a great idea.
Didn't test that.
We can just talk, we can talk.
No, we cannot talk over it. I worked hard on the music.
I know. It's in the job. So,
There we go.
so for each minute of the video, I think that we think there was about 50 to 60 hours worth of editing that went into this just to make a 3-minute video. So that's where that comment is coming from. Rightly so.
One of the busiest times on a farm is the fall harvest. It is also one of the most critical functions, as collecting grain in good condition is the primary source of income for the farm. Due to the multiple functions required to complete fall harvest in a timely manner, farmers need to hire extra help in the field. As such, farmers are often forced to hire seasonal workers, often with little to no farming experience.
WTC?
That's unfortunate.
It's okay, buildings.
So film.
We have a buffering issue with the Wi-Fi, unfortunately. We were intercepted by the internet. Yeah, I guess.
So we'll hear back officially on April 19th. We're supposed to hear how things go, whether we're selected to go out and present.
What was that date again?
April 19th. Yeah, April 19th, we'll find out and.
You'll find out if you're a finalist,
We'll
correct?
find out if we're a finalist. So state winner, so originally we were a top in the state, so we got $2,500 out of that versus Samsung stuff, and equipment funds. And then the video here that we created, we have to submit that to be able to get our $12,000 or so in Samsung money and prizes.
How many participants do you
There are
have?
300.
Oh,
All right. Oh, sorry.
So statewide, I believe there were between 6 and 8 teams from across the state. Not a huge number, but regarding, a lot of it is integration of STEM. Like how are we putting that together, showing how that works. So some of the equipment that they're showing here are basically proximity sensors to be able to guide, kind of like the voiceover from Mississippi there was talking about guiding equipment in close proximity without overshooting the trailer or running into equipment, causing loss that way. So maybe we'll share that out once we have non-buffering issues, so you can see that at your time. We don't want to take up.
Yeah, it's
Is it loaded? Okay, all right. Yeah, let's go ahead.
367,000 acres of farmable land, which include 2,000 farms that are operated by 900 farmers in our school district. A minimum of 80% of farms hire seasonal help. A successful harvest requires several jobs to be completed in a synchronized order. All of these jobs require the knowledge and ability to operate some large, heavy equipment that is increasingly controlled with evolving technology. One of the best examples of this is operating the grain cart. A main problem that many inexperienced workers face while driving the grain cart is unloading the grain into a semi. After transferring the grain from the combine to the grain cart, it unloads into a semi-trailer. This is where inexperienced labor can make costly errors. When it comes to lining up the grain cart into a semi, it is difficult to decipher the distance between the semi and the grain cart. This causes a problem when you are too close or too far from the semi, causing grain spillage on the ground. The grain spilled is unrecoverable and equates to lost income.
When I am hauling grain for farmers, sometimes I'll see an inexperienced driver who is unloading onto the semi, and sometimes they don't know where they need to be with the grain cart and overfills the semi. It's frustrating for both the cart driver and the farmer who is losing money with grain that's not going into the semi.
This challenge is what initiated the idea that we could attach universal sensors to the grain cart that would connect to a monitor inside the cab to show the driver the distance between their tractor and the semi when they are within 1 to 14 feet of the semi-trailer. A monitor in the cab will then display that distance to the driver. The sensors can be easily mounted by any operator for temporary or permanent use. These sensors will be needed as new seasonal help is acquired annually, while also making it easier for newcomers to join agriculture. The sensors are adaptable to changes as new equipment is released. 3 of sensors will be spread all around the machine. One sensor is on the front of the tractor, while the last 2 are in the middle and back of the grain cart to have 3 points of contact. They are placed there so they can read similar numbers to be symmetrically aligned with the semi.
With the continued growth in agriculture, I have hired labor on the farm to help carry the workload of the fall. I have young adults I need to teach how to operate the machinery. The sensor will assist the operator to properly line up the tractor and grain cart with the semi-truck and trailer.
Nice.
Very
Very good. Also, the same 3 individuals have also helped a little bit out in the greenhouse, and we just wanted to provide a quick snapshot. So December, we have a few photos just kind of show that we'll go through. And we also want to invite you guys, if you guys haven't stopped out or poked your head in, please do so. Open the door, look in, walk around, take a peek at things. But back in December, so we have a few photos here. If you just want to flip through those, Mississippi. Just kind of show kind of how things were arranged. We had started some work just prior to these inside and done some cleanup, but, and then here just a couple of weeks ago, we took these photos. So plants are bigger actually now, and I'm gonna turn it over to McKenna, and I think she has some plant sale information.
So obviously, it's a lot better. We talked to you guys last time and we got approved to get those updates so that we can have that. So we have a plant sale on May 6th. We did that, so it's garage sale weekend, so people are already around town. Stop, get your plants. Saturday, 8 to 12, and then the horticulture class, students are gonna be in and out helping, staffing that kind of, to keep that rolling, so.
What do you have for sale?
What?
What do you have for sale?
Oh, we got, a lot of vegetables.
Okay.
Tomatoes?
Yes,
Too many tomatoes.
lots of tomatoes.
Tomatoes, good.
Cherry tomatoes, yellow tomatoes. Isn't there a mix?
There's a variety, red and yellow. So our flower bedding 4-pack isn't probably as vast as we'd like to see it, but it's kind of our short notice. We're just happy we have stuff to provide. But hanging baskets, you can see kind of hanging up above their heads there. And then we have some patio planters. They're like 14-inch. The hanging baskets are 12-inch. So we'll get prices and we'll share out what we have on our list out on our FFA and Ag Ed page. So, we're also planning a few things to start out at our farm as well. So I'm in the goals and some of those things. Hopefully, long-term, we can transfer some of those into some contests, whether that's floriculture or also to our landscape as well. So. One last thing, kind of involvement with nursing home across the street here. We've kind of been approached and It's in the initial phases, but any leftover items, they may be interested in purchase. So then that way their residents can utilize, see the planters here on the right-hand side. That's kind of the goal, to get to that point. I know Townsend Foundation put together a shelter out there on the north side, so kind of put some of those planters there. We have extra seed that was donated from Blaine's Farm and Fleet that we're happy to help and go plant and start and kind of work to give those there at the nursing home kind of outside garden work.
Great idea.
Yeah, any questions for our students or?
Is any of this stuff non-killable? That's my question.
Roundup ready. I doubt.
So it's not Roundup ready, but if we have lost a few things, but that's part of the process, right? So we learn how to properly water, and it's a whole different thing. It's, you know, the sprinkling doesn't quite get it there. So, but yeah, that's right. If we can make it through our sales, and then you can get it, it's up to you.
I'm worried about.
Anything else you guys want to say?
I don't have any questions, but you guys, it's just amazing. It's awesome. I'm so excited. You continue to do amazing, very cool things. It's great.
Not just for the students, but like for the community. I mean, this is great.
Yep, I love that.
And their work with the elementary kids is
Yep.
good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've heard about that.
Yes, one last thing, we brought the second graders over, was it last week?
Yeah.
Second graders came over, they planted a sunflower and we're kind of taking care of it, and they'll come back here in a few weeks for right before Mother's Day. If they can take that home with them, that'd be great.
We have a Ag in the Classroom initiative for each grade level up to third grade. So we have Kitty Barnyard Day. We had first graders going to do some kind of ag farm relay race. Second grade, they planted flowers. Third grade, we're going to read to them. So we're trying to get to them as well.
Well done.
Doing a great job.
It is great.
Job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Hope that wins.
Yeah, keep us posted next week.
Next year. Yes, I know.
Are you guys
All right.
Okay.
Rick Beckley and the Japanese Culture Club. Yay. Thank you guys for coming tonight.
Konnichiwa.
All right, I brought today Caden Shirk and Caden Main, along with Ethan, Drake, and Brady Riker, and Kenzie Morgan, and Joy, and Brady's mother Julia, and Connor Marston, Justin Marston's son. We went to Japan. We left on March 18th, and we came back on March 25th. So we just wanted to come in a little bit and present how the trip went for you guys, and talk about the club a little bit in general and where that's standing as well. We've had the club now for about 6 years, Japanese Culture Club. Every Friday after school, we meet for about an hour. And as you know, for the past about year and a half, we have been fundraising for our trip to Japan. We originally wanted to plan it a few years ago, but that didn't happen. But thanks to the approval of the board, we were able to last year after COVID. We went to all these different places on the map. We started off in Tokyo and went down to Hakone and some Fuji, and then progressed down to Kyoto and Nara and Osaka in the approximately 5 days, 6 days that we had there. Yeah, I think for the students overall, it was a really beneficial trip. They got to see a country that is completely different from our own and experience a language that they only hear me mutter every once in a while. And try some foods that maybe they don't have a chance to here in the States. It was overall a very positive experience, I think, for everyone. We went along with another group from Santa Fe. They were a group of 30 students and 4 teachers. And that went pretty well. They were nice people, but we were always just kind of a small group on the sideline with them. We had a really nice tour director. Her name was Mika, and she helped us around the country. And I brought these two in today to talk a little bit about what they experienced and what they took away from it.
Yeah, it was an awesome trip going, especially with the people I've been hanging out with all through high school. And also with Connor, who I haven't seen in a while, but meet up with him. But just experiencing the complete difference of culture there compared to here was one of the coolest things from Japan that I got to experience. You can't understand the language, but thankfully there's English on a lot of the signs there, so somewhat get around. And trying to communicate with people when you're trying to buy like souvenirs or food or something, that was also an interesting challenge we had to get over. And we also learned some of the language so we could say like thank you, that's just arigato, and also like good morning and excuse me, just basic things you need to know. Tokyo was really cool, seeing one of the biggest cities on the planet, even though we are in a relatively small area of it, but there were like parks and stuff inside of it that you just think you're out in the wilderness here in the United States seeing. All the architecture was completely different there. The buildings were, can't really explain it without showing them, but different. The old style architecture, kind of like what you'd see in movies or such, but and the shrines there were awesome. And
Yeah.
that's one of them. It was awesome. How big some of them were was really impressive. I didn't expect them to just how expansive they were and how nice everything was. Everything was clean over there. It was really cool. And another one of my favorite parts was just at night you could go around and the city would completely change and you could see like new vendors on the streets or all the buildings would light up. And the atmosphere was completely different because there was more people out and talking in the areas that we were. And I don't know if you have anything.
And especially as a small town people, going to something like this, it's a huge adjustment and it's just something you've never experienced before. As he mentioned, as at night, it's a completely different atmosphere. During the day, you see a lot of people going to work, commuters, things like that. But then at night, there's a lot more people closer to our age out having fun, playing games at arcades, things you would not really see here. And we also have the convenience of being able to go to a traditional Japanese festival, see things you would never see. Like, for example, during festivals, they wear things called kimono robes, which you saw someone walking around with here, you think they're a lunatic. And to go along with that, like, for example, when you look at deer here, the animal, they're hunted here, we eat them as meals, but over there, they're treated as sacred animals. They have a park that you can just walk around and pet them, feed them, things like that. And it's just a whole different experience that you would never expect. And I can officially say I'm not a seafood person after that trip. Glad I got the chance to try it.
Our fundraising that we did over the past year and a half brought in enough to give each of our 5 students several $100s to help along with the payments that they were making. And Joy was a big part of that as well, helping in the central office to make sure everything was running smoothly. And Justin and his wife actually helped us get out there in the vans and then brought them back for us when parking became an issue. So we owe them a big debt of gratitude as well.
And I will say, this is probably the best mannered group of kids I've ever traveled with. I would take them anywhere. Yeah. Really, they were great.
Did we go on different trips or something?
You were bad, I never saw it.
So when are you going back?
That's a good question. I've got students in the high school that are interested in going, especially after hearing these guys and the successful trip that we had. They're looking forward to it. I've talked to some of them that would like to go before they graduate, and they graduate in like 2 years. So maybe every 2 years.
And Rick's a Japanese expert. Did you share what you?
I did live there for 3 years, and I've got a minor in Japanese. So there were many times when I was helping the groups and the other group translate because it was such a big group and the tour director was working over there. And so that did come in handy and I was glad to get to use it because I don't get to use it very often. It was.
Yeah, I don't think that comes up very often here, does it?
So if you had to pick one thing, what's your favorite overall?
I love the food. I'm always big on food wherever I go. Just completely different from here. Like you go to Osaka and Muscatine or something, get sushi and maybe ramen or a soup or something, but over there it was completely different. There was like this, it was some sort of pancake or whatever, but it was just all different kinds of like food inside. It wasn't actually bread, but seafood. And then you top it with like mayo or like spicy sauce and stuff. And they cook it in front of you by yourself, which was cool. Yeah, good news.
I personally enjoyed being able to, like a lot of the mountains there, they have like lifts that take you up there and the views from up there, it's stunning. Like in Iowa, if you climb the highest hill you can, you're gonna see cornfields. In Japan, you see more mountain, like you see Mount Fuji, you see shrines, you see castles, you see lakes, and it's some of the best things I've ever been on. This is actually on a lakefront in front of some mountains to the right, and then behind is Mount Fuji. That was the first day, and I thought it was a great welcome to the country. It really showed what you can see in other countries.
Was the stuffed animal traveling with you? I saw it. And I go,
So many pictures. My daughters were very, very sad that I was leaving. So to make them feel better, I took patches. Free along the way.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just my Instagram.
They can go next time, right?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Did you get peanut butter? That's what I want to know. Was there peanut butter in Japan?
No, but there was French fries.
Okay.
Plenty of French fries.
You got a picture of Ethan.
You know, just a full plate of French fries.
I was wondering what he was going to
He
eat.
did try octopus.
He tried the food, but that was like one of the last days and he fell back on his old schedule.
Yeah, we really, really enjoyed it. And, you know, I think some of our work in Japanese Culture Club prepared us for what it's like over there and some of the expectations, but it's completely different being there.
Yeah, we tried to learn as much as we could before, but once you're there, everything's off the tracks, so it's not what you expect. And yeah, you can only learn it by going there and experiencing it.
So do either of you two think you'll do like a study abroad or anything like that in college because of it?
I'd absolutely love to.
I'm thinking of it. We'll see what other opportunities arise, but that's definitely something I'll consider now that I've been to Japan and other countries in Asia.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
for
right.
coming.
Thank you, Mr. Beckley.
Yeah.
How many years have we had the Japanese club, Mr.
He
Beckley?
said,
About 6 years.
oh, six.
Six,
Sorry,
okay.
6 years.
Excellent.
Right.
All right, Mr. Bourne, you just wanted to listen to all the other stuff.
I did actually.
He doesn't want to go home.
You don't want to go home.
I'm starting to think you don't like your wife doesn't get home for about another hour. Nana's doing great right now. So the kids prefer Nana over me anyway. I've got, well, now a couple things because Miss O'Donnell called me or texted me too, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I should say something about that as well. First and foremost, with my kids and what I guess I do in the classroom, you guys are well aware that we have our skinny classes and things like that. Well, last semester, well, I should bump that back. Thanks to Townsend's and everybody sending us to the NSTA conference a year ago. So I went to the National Science Teachers Association conference down in Houston with Rick, Joe, and Jacob, our whole science department. Wonderful experience, definitely with just being in my core area. Well, I picked up quite a few things to actually bring back, which was wonderful. And one of them was this idea of e-cyber mission. Knowing and not knowing the kind of funding that I would be able to have or get within my skinny classroom. Like we get the $300 from Townsend's and most of that goes to that class for me to do because it's all things that I generally don't have time with in my regular science classroom. So anyways, I started, my skinny class was e-cyber missions, which I had a group of 18 kids. We split into 6 different groups. And the purpose behind these cyber missions is literally the premise was to solve an issue within your community. But the kind of caveat being community is supposed to be seen as a worldwide community, us figuring out how to coexist and make things, so we spent a couple weeks kind of understanding that and looking into what we need to do. And so we had, out of my 6 groups, they got to develop and come up with an idea of how could they come up with something that could affect an issue that they felt was an issue within the community, either near or surrounding far. And we won't get into all of them because obviously that's not my main reason to be in here as well. But so they came up with some great ideas, and I don't want to say highlight, but I will note, which was really, one of them was kind of off-putting, that my students were trying to develop an extra security measure for like active shooters and stuff like that. And for me to have 7th and 8th graders think about that and to come up with, really cool ideas. It just was I was like, yeah, this is the subject of your reality now, and that is a scary thought. But so after we got to meet with some professionals in different areas via, linked, whether it was Zoom or whatever, it was Google Meet and all that stuff. We met with a handful of different professionals in those areas, and then one of them actually helped propel that group in a different direction. And they figured out how to essentially create mini robots with cameras on them that then they could track and follow, an unknown assailant or somebody within a school building and things like that. And we didn't get that one working perfectly, but we had the idea on paper and it looked great, especially for my junior high kids. But 2 of my groups, one spent quite a bit of time how they got onto the idea of ferrule fluids. It's the really cool stuff you put magnetics, it's liquid magnetic, and it kind of does all sorts of funky things. Well, they did all the research on it, and they researched and found that ferrule fluids actually can collect microplastics. And obviously with all the plastics in our oceans and things like that, they're like, hey, can we figure this out? I'm like, yes, you can. I don't know, but I'll learn with you. And so we did a lot of research within ferrule fluids, and we actually, between Mr. Hewitt and Beckley having some of the supplies, and then we ordered a few things in, they created their own ferrule fluid. And then we also actually ordered in with some of our funds, make sure that's not quite for Nana. With some of the supplies that we got a little submarine, and so their idea was to have an unmanned submarine literally traverse through the oceans, and with the ferrule fluids on the outside of the submarine, attracting the microplastics. And then what we didn't get to was, all right, now how do we get them off? But that wasn't it's like, let's figure out how to collect them first. So it was really cool that they built, got a little submarine, used our fish tank, attached ferrule fluid, to it. We had to figure out buoyancy and try to figure out all of those parts of it. And then my other group, what they started looking into was, we have these wonderful big blinking lights if you drive at night from here to Des Moines, and those are obviously wind turbines. And one of the students within that group came across, so they sat down, and for 2 weeks, they all spitballed ideas at each other what they wanted to do. And then they settled on this, which was figuring out what to do with decommissioned windmills.
Yes.
There's landfills all over the US that is loaded with all these big old windmill parts and everything else. And so they went as far, and they did a wonderful job. And so they figured out what are all the components that make them up. What can you do to recycle them? What can they be turned into? What would it kind of cost to manufacture and to actually repurpose these, especially with a lot of it is actually carbon fiber. And so cement was really a big one that we could crush it up, do it, And so they came up with all the solutions, or several solutions with that. And then they created it's about 5 foot long actually diagram of stations and how to, what I made them, me and I should note, and I apologize, glad Miss Bruno's not here. She was a big driving force as well. Mrs. Bruno, who is our tag teacher for our building, her and I taught this class together. And so we would bounce between all the groups, and what we had them do was they had to figure out then how to separate these parts. You know, like, sure, you can dump the whole thing and crush it and we can, you know, but it's not like the steel mill where you just crush it, melt everything down you don't want and move it forward. And so they had to figure out the densities of everything and actually move it through to separate out the parts so you could recycle it. And needless to say, my ferrule fluid group and my my group with the windmills, the wind turbines, they have made it to the next round. So we're the only school in the state of Iowa that actually did e-cyber missions. I am the first one in the state of Iowa to become an advisor, a certified advisor for e-cyber missions. And so that's pretty cool. A little bit. But so anyways, they, two of our 6 groups made it through the first round. So they get judged, they get scored from 0 to 500. I don't know their score. I don't know where they're at. All we got was an email saying, hey, these 2 groups, the Firebirds and the 3 Musketeers, their projects go on to the next level. Well, the next stage is a regional. It's an upper Midwest regional. And so if they are in the top 10, I believe, I look back at it, I believe it's top 10 with the region, they can win up to a $500 scholarship for college. And then if they're in the top 5, they get a $1,000 scholarship and their project moves on to the national level, which is, then all goes out to Washington DC and then it'll get judged yet again and they can win up to $10,000 for college. Wow. It turns out at first they weren't crazy excited about, man, we get to do projects for a whole semester. Then when we started talking about, you get money, and they're like, all right, and it gets to be your idea of what you kind of want to do. And they're like, all right, and so we got them to bite, and obviously I won't say much to my surprise, but I am very impressed with, we spent quite a bit of time putting together their files and everything, and then the last 3 days, Ms. Bruno and I have been scrambling to send all their information in because it also included they needed their social security numbers. And I'm like, it's not a number I'm comfortable with collecting from my students. It's not. So I mean, we got everything taken care of, and that was only so they can set up the trust, the scholarship thing for them once they graduate high school and so on and so forth. But yeah, so that was definitely a cool thing and a wonderful thing to come back from spring break, getting an email and going, hey, all right, look at this. And then the kids were like, what? And then a couple of our other groups were, how did it come Thursday? Well, let's go look at how we wrote our reports and what it is. Do it.
All that happened in your skinning class.
That is all in my class. That's my, they don't, that is a class that I don't, like I tell them, there's no homework, no nothing, you don't take it out of here. Not saying some of the kids didn't go do some more research outside of there on their own time, but it's also a class that, they're great per se, it doesn't matter, they just, and so we really only graded them on participation and effort within the classroom and working with their groups and things like that. But yeah, within that 45-minute time frame for a semester, it's pretty impressive.
Really
Yes. I think it's exactly what we wanted with those skinnies though, when we
Yes.
first talked about it.
Yes.
This is exactly it. It's something that they didn't realize they may be interested in and kind of immerse themselves and we're like, wait a minute, this is really cool.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was, felt like I bit off a little more than I could chew at first, and me going, I don't know, but there were some wonderful people from e-cyber missions. And like I said, they helped us connect with professionals all over the country that we set up Zoom meetings and Google Meets that the kids were able to talk with them and send questions to, and then they kind of help guide the kids into, well, if you're thinking about this, how will that work? Because I had
Those national conferences, if anybody ever gives you a hard time, like, why do we send teachers to go to? This is.
Oh, I will hands down, I'd go again. I mean, because it was well worth it in just meeting and networking, and it's like, I never would have come across it. It's not something that I search for, but doing so, it's a wonderful thing.
I understand we're getting to the end of the school year, but is there any way we could get those 2 groups in here?
Absolutely.
Quick
Yeah, I'll say
recognition?
most of them are all in track, but by the time the next one, I'm sure the track's on.
I'd love to hear
May
from
10th, so it'll be close.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Close.
yeah. Yeah, I can definitely talk with them.
Yeah, they deserve the recognition.
That's right.
Yeah, 'cause that was
Good for you.
From
Yeah,
them.
thanks.
that was an impromptu, and she calls like, oh, yeah, I guess I should tell people that our kids are doing cool things. Yeah, because they were really excited. It was cool. And I've had, I mean, in my collective group, if you knew some of the groups, you'd be like, oh, if you put that forth, that effort in your gen ed class, you're pretty successful here. But yeah, so it's a really neat thing.
Shows the potential, the progress-based, or the project-based learning.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
How that can engage kids differently and.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, right now I'm doing medical detectives and forensic science, and we just got done slicing, dicing sheep brains, and had a couple students that I'll watch from afar. We were identifying and doing stuff. So I mean, I do. I think, you know, just not that I want to change schedules and make things crazy. Our skinny classes, at least at the junior high level, it's been great. And ending our day with it, where those kids, you know, if you put forth some effort and make it fun for them, I don't know, we've had a blast. Okay, on to my next one that was different. But I guess first and foremost, I requested to meet with you guys and just present, I won't say issues, some concerns, some things, just regarding support, safety, and space for wrestling. Obviously, we were in here a little bit ago and you guys know that we had a successful season. But I guess it goes a little beyond that. For the first time in my 9 years as the head coach of the program and 13 years of coaching within the program, yeah, I'm broke. And as I sat down with Mr. Burnett and we talked about a few things, I'm not angry with anything. I'm actually really excited with the problems that I have, and that is the growth of girls wrestling. For our varsity wrestling program, boys wrestling program to fund, sponsor, and support a brand new varsity level program, that was a lot more to take on than I anticipated. Obviously, I was not gonna pump the brakes on anything. Let's go and let's get it growing and going. But in no way, shape, or form did I expect us to go from 1 to 24. And with that being said, it costed a lot of money. Now I got a lot of support from the boosters, the Wilton Wrestling Club. Those are our two primary supporters for helping get uniforms and things like that with the girls. The boosters a year ago, when I first set out, we said, and Mr. Burnett's like, all right, and we're gonna get a girls wrestling coach, but we'll kind of keep it under the umbrella of boys wrestling as we get it established. I was absolutely A-okay with that. Again, not anticipating the level of growth that we had in 365 days. But once we started and the first meeting come around, so we ordered everything we needed for a varsity lineup. I didn't anticipate us having 12 junior high girls come out, and we have a real quick turnaround there. So then we had to get all of the singlets and apparel and everything for them. And, you know, I want them to, they are part of a team and they're their own team and everything is sanctioned and separate, and I love it. Yeah, I'll say at the end of the year saying that we fell short, we haven't necessarily fallen short, but I'm gonna be really short to start the year next year. I usually have $4,000 to $5,500 to start my year, and that's kind of what gets me through a boys wrestling season. Now, couple that with having a very successful boys wrestling season. We spent a lot of money. And I mean, for good reason. I mean, by all means. And like, I can sit back and look at it, it's like, well, I don't spend money on, I won't say anything too crazy or anything out of the norm from year to year. This year we did, we went up north 2 times for 2 different tournaments. We did overnight stays up there. But the hotels there are paid for by, we'll call it an anonymous donor, but one of our coaches who really loves wrestling has been very supportive. So he pays for all the rooms. So all we got to do is pay for the gas, the car, the fuel, the whatever, and get to and from. And so that's the only way we can do those things. And then thankfully, state duels was brought to Iowa City. Because last year when we made it to state duels and then we carted 30 boys and 7 coaches out to Des Moines for 4 days. And so, I mean, don't get me wrong, we sent most of them home who did not qualify. But between rooms, boards, room and board at those events and things like that, it gets really costly. And then this season, and I know Joy and I were trying to figure out because, I'm broke. But we needed somewhere to stay. Well, we found a VRBO actually in Urbandale, which is phenomenal, and we'll go back in a heartbeat. And once we got done kind of calculating it, because now the state's still keeping it a 4-day state event, it's probably about $700 cheaper to stay at the VRBO than it was to get hotels, because we would have been averaging about $200 a night for a hotel room versus we're $700 and something dollars. And that doesn't, and at that time, we didn't know if that we were gonna have 10 state qualifiers. Now, I'm obviously very well aware that not every year is gonna be that year, but over the course of the last 32 years, I should say anyways, when everything started, or really took off here in this town. Wrestling is not a niche sport in this town. It is definitely something that the community and everybody surrounds. We are one of 3 teams who have had a state qualifier for over 30 years, and that's in the entire state. And that is a testament to our club and everything at the ground level building up. This year, not only as I talked with Mr. Burnett, not only did we have obviously the explosion in the girls, but success breeds success. And our boys, our junior high numbers with our boys, we added about another 7 this year in the boys alone, which then makes us bump that up. When I first took over as head coach, and not knocking Coach Dorman by no means, loved working with him. I had about 17, I finished the season with 17 high school boys and 13 junior high kids. In the last 8 seasons, I haven't had less than 28 wrestlers on the varsity boys team, and I haven't had less than 20 in the junior high room. This year we were at 33, lost a couple at the high school. Had finished the boys junior high with 26 boys, 12 girls, and then high school level, we were at a grand total of 39 at the end of the season after a couple people have stepped away. So we average a lot, and I don't expect our girls program to be at the same numbers that our boys are, but I do predict it to definitely continue to grow. At our junior high level, I think we'll stay probably around that 10-ish. And I would be pretty satisfied with that. And I think at the high school level, we'll be, if we can stay in that 16-ish range, I'd like to average about 4 girls a grade. And I think that would be a good goal to have. And right now, we lose 2 kids out of the girls wrestling program. We gain 8 more freshmen coming in next year. So we'll be already at that 15, 16 at the high school girls level. And then I know at the junior high level, and now with the junior high gonna split seasons, we're gonna need some more. And then also looking at, we'll say space and safety, we need room. And obviously it's a big thing to say, hey, I need another wrestling room. But I'm gonna tell you, I need another wrestling room. And some of the things so I've looked at, and I've obviously, like all of you, you've been around this campus, you've been here. Right now, thankfully, the school allows us to utilize the indoor facility. The indoor facility does work, but right now I also have a competition mat used out there instead of just practice room mats. And it's only 1 mat. And we tried when we had junior high and high school all going on. There's about 1 month of really crazy period in there where everybody's going at the same time. Obviously, I put my foot down and say the high school boys get precedence in the wrestling room, the main wrestling room, I should say. There's not enough space out there for them to practice. The padded hallway that's up behind the bleachers, that for a drill session, sure, but you can't wrestle in it. An average, I had a couple kids sprawl, and do some things, take some measurements, and an average shot in sprawl covers over 14 feet. That upstairs room is 10 foot wide. And then like with having the high numbers that I have in the high school room, our 8th graders are generally able to come up to practice with us post high school season because they're no longer junior high wrestlers. But I didn't have space. We were already doing groups of 3 in the high school room just so we can safely run through a practice. And Mr. Burnett and I had a good conversation on, I know by next fall, we can't say, yep, here's a wrestling room and build it. But the utilization of that outdoor facility, I would love to get at least 1, if not 2 practice room mats that we can put out there that if we're able to move forward with building a room, we can easily move them up there. And we had the conversation with, basketball splits time and they do after school and some do evenings and things like that. And my only caveat to that is, that's their choice because JV and varsity, we practice together because we don't have anywhere else to practice either. So we don't have 2 places to split and to do those things. And then when you're going to talk here before too long, we'll have a varsity and JV girls program that will just be varsity wrestling. I mean, next year we will have a JV team that'll go to JV meets for our girls program as well. So things like that, when we start talking numbers, it makes it a challenge and it makes it a big challenge for us. Obviously I want to see it continue to grow and grow in the right way. And when we see and find some support and know that the school is behind it, it helps. It helps the community, it helps the parents, it helps everybody go like, all right, these things are happening. And don't get me wrong, you guys are doing wonderful things in this district. I love everything that we have been doing. Couldn't tell you how many comments I've got on the comments this season for new teams that come in. It's like, yeah, don't worry, it alleviates a lot of headaches on our end too. But one of my proposals or ideas, things to float around, wondering if we could investigate building on top of the current wrestling room. I'm not saying we have to dig anything up. The way I see it is the giant foundation for a building. Obviously, I'm not a certified engineer or whatever, but I do build plenty of things. And it's like, structurally, it looks like it would make sense that we could put some rafters on. And when you start looking at the double doors that are next to the double doors of the wrestling room, we can encase a stairwell that goes up. We don't have to dig in. I know there's a tunnel that goes underneath there and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to just fill in that empty space that's there. That's behind that part of the building. But I would love for us to investigate that idea of building up, tear the roof off. And it doesn't need to be a 15-foot tall building like we have now. If it's 10 foot and rafters and that, it's more than enough space, trust me, and most wrestlers are vertically challenged. We're not. That's why we're wrestlers. We're not jumping too high to hit anything, but and then even, cost effectiveness, because it doesn't have to be block all the way up. I mean, it literally, we can put a beautiful shed on top of a big brick wall and, go up instead of out. And then, my other concern there when we talk about afternoons, evenings, stuff like that, I've got a Wilton Wrestling Club that brings in 80 to 100 kids a year that cycles through. And I mean, thankfully our school allows our youth programs to utilize our facilities. It's a wonderful thing. It's the only way we can keep our athletics in the direction that they are going, and which we've been pretty darn successful for a small town across all of our athletics. And it's because of those things. So finding time to allow our youth to utilize our space as well. And don't get me wrong, we all make it work and we figure out a way. But I do say, feel like wrestling's kind of an afterthought, and I get it to a degree because the basketball courts and things like that, we use 3 times a year. Now with our conference being as large as it is, I get 1 to 2 home dual meets, and we host our JV tournament, which is a huge fundraiser for us. We do Partners in Pinnings, which started that a few years ago, brings in a lot of great money for us too. But there's not as many opportunities to utilize this normal traffic space. But at the same time, we're hopefully making everybody proud and going out and doing what we're doing across the state.
But that also is why you're financially deficit.
Yes, absolutely.
Because basketball gets a home game every, what, Tuesday, Fridays, what, I mean, one or the other.
One a week, probably. yeah.
Well, it's usually.
Not as many now. They actually got a little less just because our schedule is, our conference is silly large.
But either way, they're getting gate, they're getting session, they're generating revenue, whereas you don't have.
And, you know, and I'm well aware that, you know, I won't say I didn't believe in ourselves going into the season, but I didn't anticipate the growth that we had. I truly didn't. You know, I thought growing was gonna be, you know, having 8 to 10 girls, 7 through 12. And when you triple that, you go, all right, this is a problem. It's a good problem, but it's a problem. And I definitely don't, right or wrong, I don't feel comfortable going out to our businesses within our community that help us out greatly throughout the year, you know, I know they put a lot of money to everything we do in this town, and I don't like just going straight out and asking, hey, money, you know, this program's broke, you love wrestling, right? And, you know, things like that.
I feel though that the wrestling program for so many years, you know, starting with the wrestling room has supported itself with donations, volunteers, you know, that type of thing. It's not like you're coming every year, every other year going, hey, we don't have anything, we're not doing anything, we need money. So my personal opinion, now you need mats just to get you where you need to be, right?
Yeah.
And look into possibly building some other ideas, whatever, you know, just some brainstorming that way. I'm fine with that. I mean, as long as we can, you know.
And I had Gabe give me quotes on 2 mats and got a couple ideas on how we can look at.
And I will put a caveat, we bought our other 2 new mats that the boosters, the club, and our program raised money for, which cost us, it was only $24,500 in the end. And that was only 6 years ago. We got them 7 years ago. We paid for them, 6 years ago, we first got to use them. If you haven't seen those giant 42 mats with the wrestling beaver on it. Those, I thought, all right, we're spending money. We're going to make these really nice. Let's do it. And they are, love them. Now, 2 blank mats with blue mats with yellow circles, 20 to 20, what is it, 23 or 25 was the highest quote that I got. I went, that's with nothing on it. It doesn't even say Wilton. It just is blue with yellow stripes. I went, holy cow, this is nuts. It's only been 6 years. Yeah.
The wrong 6.
Yeah, the wrong 6. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You are correct. The wrong 6.
Yep.
But, yeah.
I can also personally testify that I've tried to conduct practice in the indoor facility. The sound, it is not the same. Like it's very, very hard to retain their attention. It's nice to have, it's great for like drop off pickup because they're, you know, we're not blocking anything at school or so on, but it's extremely inefficient. So I get your point of wanting, I mean, to ask like the girls team to use that is not fair.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm going to. It's gonna be a pure numbers game there. I'm gonna have to. But yeah, it's not ideal. It's like building the shed and saying your classroom's out there and you got to it. And so, yeah, it's not the same feel. I mean, cause even the girls, like they loved it coming in because this year, obviously they were a smaller squad. And so when we were gone for dual meets, they would utilize it for practice and things like that. And, you know, and so we get it, we make it work. But it's just not the same. Yeah. It's not a place to call home and make it yours.
And I had a good conversation, right? Gosh, we probably visited 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And just talked about that vision casting piece. And if you look in your board reports tonight, our athletics in general are very solid. We got $93,000 in our athletic funds. So what I said to Gabe, and I say this to any program, all athletic funds are for all athletics. So, and I mean this, your program will never go without.
I know, but I will.
Well, at some point we owe you startup money. So basically we asked you to do a startup for an entire team and we gave you nothing.
Yes.
And so,
but
I owe you the startup money.
But at the same token, I'm very thankful that we got a girls coach. We had the school back us on sanctioning and having and growing the program. So, I wasn't gonna, bite the hand that feeds me and I go, all right, because I love it. I knew that, the school was backing us and supporting this idea of going forward with girls wrestling. And at the same time, like I've already said 3 times, nobody expected it to be what it is.
And I told him, if you need anything, just come to me, we'll get it.
Right.
And right now, according to our accounts, and Joy, look at this on here, it says Wrestling has 9,600 in it. Is that true or not?
Because
You dumped the canteen?
concessions.
Oh.
I mean, we're just a little short of 10 grand. And gave it, I know broke is broke, 10 grand is really good.
Hey, you don't understand, when I saw the one thing where it said $30.67, I can't go buy the dang medal to help my.
It was 30-31, you're overshooting a little bit.
Yes.
You did garner $4,000 from concessions,
So it's now at 96.49.
so you
See,
did.
So Dave wasn't in the loop on that.
No, I wasn't in the loop on that yet. I just know I know it's my responsibility and what it is to do to run our program and to make sure that we are, healthy from year in, year out. And it was like, this is the first time I've ever hit this wall and I go, oh,
Yes.
I don't know what to do. I can't just throw fundraisers together, and to make this happen in order to go beg for money and things.
And the club's already doing that for you.
Yeah,
And they're already providing those funds.
Well, Wrestling Club alone has donated some around 5, almost 6 grand this year. The boosters were close to 4, and I'm still was borderline.
I think we appreciate that you come and tell us this, so we know the expenses, whatever. And I think I can say we do support you. So yes, if you need something, like Tara said, you need to let us know and we can make it work. And as far as building and doing and making facilities for this group, with the girls wrestling, we need to do that. I mean, that's part of what we need to do.
Yeah, and it really wasn't, say, this isn't me to come and say poor me's or whatever, but it was just that to help you guys also be aware. It's like,
Yes.
I know you guys obviously don't follow wrestling like I do, but just understanding what's going on, and because I know that we have a lot of kids in this community that put a lot of work, effort, and heart, and love wearing that blue and gold and representing our town when we go do what we do.
So when the money is separated between, and I don't know, I guess I should, but say girls basketball, boys basketball, does each group get something? So you have 9 something in the boys. What do the girls have in their group?
0, we don't have a separate account.
Okay, so you don't have.
I don't, it was all one.
That's what I was wondering.
Gabe and I talked about that too. We're gonna start a separate one. What if they work a concession stand?
Right, yeah.
They have different
Just
things,
like-
but.
The other.
We just need to formulate a few more fundraising ideas, and I mean, we've already got a few in the works next year we're doing a whole girls tournament separate and towards the beginning of the year, where then my boys can work that one, when we're on the boys, the girls can help work that one. And we can do things like that, and then, like I said, we're between partners and pinning and then helping out at concessions and doing those things, yeah, we need to step up our game in that a little bit, because I don't like going, oh crap. I like going, all right, we're good, we can do this, we can figure out how to, whatever. Now, like, a few of Joy's emails, and I go, I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't have anything. Here's another bill.
At the end of the day, Gabe, just
We will
know,
not.
we've got 93,000 athletics. If one program's short because of a situation like this, we cover it. And Joy's heard me say this 100 times. When I started as athletic director, Joy would look, she didn't believe me. My very first meeting as AD, we had $6,000 in athletics for all programs. And we've got 93,000 there now. So we've got
And that's on top of having
to
COVID
use.
for 2 seasons where we didn't even, couldn't have spectators. And I mean, we had huge deficits due
So
to.
that's what, you need something, come, we'll take care of it. That's all I'm saying, whatever you
But
need.
also, like, when we're talking wrestling mats, that can come from other funds.
Without a doubt, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It doesn't have to come out of that.
No.
athletics budget anywhere. I mean, we can.
Rob's right, the wrestling,
Pay for it,
Gabe
so I
knows
mean,
that
that's-
too. The wrestling mats won't come out of this budget, that can be a once in sales tax, it can be.
Because I don't, well, and then that's my thing, and like I was talking to Joe, I was like, I understand that not as many people utilize it, and so, but like, our separates our cheerleaders will from time to time, it's like, yeah, it's.
You have open space, people are gonna use it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it, it's just like, but not many people go, hey, I need to step into the wrestling room for, like, I get it, you get it all, thankfully. Yeah, so I do, because our facilities aren't as general for, you know, everybody
You
versus.
can't use it for PE, you can't.
Yeah, well, no, our PE uses it for yoga, they use it for dodgeball, they use, I'm actually kind of impressed with what
Yoga and
Dakota's
some
been,
of the other things.
now that she's also a wrestling coach, she thinks she gets to use what she wants.
And does this combine with other needs in athletics? I mean, I know the weight room's getting some new equipment, but like, I'm sure you've been talking with Mr. Hetzler as well about like, are there combination needs we should be looking at the same time? To resolve, I mean, do they need more space in the weight room?
That would be wonderful, because I,
No, it increases the cost of time, but like,
well, if I had my ultimate vote, that would be build a whole brand new weight room, updated facility for all of our athletes, which would be, I mean, what Coach Hetzler has been doing over the last several years has been a wonderful job. I mean, us coaches just help when he needs us and whatnot. He orchestrates all the strength training and that piece, which is for all athletes. And you build that, I would love to take the old weight room and we can turn that into a wrestling room.
I mean, there's a lot of options. I mean,
There are options, and I know that it won't be a 2-year turnaround. I'm a realist,
a new
but
facility, but because the band numbers have shrunk, maybe we could give them less square footage and then you could have the band room immediately adjacent.
yeah.
I don't know what the answer is, but I know weight training is good for performance and injury prevention both. So like,
Yeah.
the more we can support our kids, the more successful they are. I mean,
Put sand in there.
Yeah, I'm not above secondhand rooms and things like that. I will, if we can support. I just know we need space.
I'm just saying you already have it.
Bids in and then.
I think we get
I got it.
You got it all, okay.
so we can improve it.
We can at least get back.
No more
We
mats.
can't approve the fence tonight.
No, not tonight.
No, I didn't know if you had everything all lined up to do that.
I do, I got the bids on my desk. But
You want to quote?
I've got a couple meetings coming up with some
Potential
potential,
things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know.
okay, the initials TF might be interested. So I want to check that out first, knowing that our backup plan would come back.
Sales tax.
But when I met with Davis to give me those bids.
Yes.
So when we have our meeting, I get to present that.
Cool.
Well, just like foundation money and whatnot sent them to Houston.
Yes.
The weight room, look at all the money that, God bless our foundation, the Townsend Foundation put in there. When they put money in the weight room, that saves money in athletics that would go toward that, or saves money in what's in sales tax that goes toward that. So anytime we get a foundation donation, it not only helps us, but it's also saving us here and allows us to do more things.
Bottom line is we got your back. Keep it.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes, we, thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I've stolen a lot of your guys' time. I apologize. You're gonna have a late meeting tonight, but appreciate you listening and, yeah.
You know what, as we vision cast with our facilities, it's good to have that information.
Yep, and obviously that's also why I know we need to think farther out and ahead, and so unless you got a magic wand, you can make it happen by next October. That
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
We'll let you know.
Thank you, guys. I'll take
Thank you.
Got a couple of pop-up tents.
We'll be all right.
What did you say the next date was? The
10th of May.
10th? All right, I'll talk to my kiddos for my science kids.
Second Wednesday.
Second Wednesday. Second and fourth, I don't know when you guys allow people like me in or not.
Gabe, this will be your third meeting in a row. After this should be an honorary board member.
The answer. I don't know if that's something I want to do.
Oh, no, you do.
There's another wrestling room.
I was just thinking the same.
Fill it in.
Fill it in.
Thanks, Gabe. Skinny class could just.
Very nice. No, we're done. All right.
Recycled wind turbines.
All right.
Well, listen, we've gone an hour and a half. You want to take a 5-minute break,
Yes.
use the restroom?
Thank you.
Because
So do
we've
I.
got
Yes.
a long way to go and a short time to get there.
You speak my language.
Be nice to get those kids in. Let them talk about what they do, the younger ones.
So Joy, what was your favorite part about going to Japan? Just getting to go?
Experience itself,
What?
just the experience itself.
That's what I thought. I mean, just being able to go and just see, like I said, a completely different atmosphere and different, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, I couldn't have. Oh. A big picture.
Right.
Stuff. When they get too excited about stuff. Right. They don't understand people like other things.
Right.
If I'm not there.
Right, gotcha, thank you.
Start whenever you want, because Angela will go over the next with the business financial functions and allow them to slip back in there.
Angela, we'll do the business financial functions, please.
Okay. Upload 5 is our taxation fund financials. There's no changes that I need to mention there, other than we have, we're working on dwindling down Fund 34. We've taken 5,500 from that fund and put it towards the greenhouse. So that should get easily spent down by the end of the fiscal year. Upload number 6 is the ISP, keeping a close eye on that. Year to date, on the average, we've been spending $38,600 per month. We don't have a lot of money left, so we're gonna have to knock that down about $10,000 a month. So I'm keeping in close contact with all the different department heads or what have you, so that we've
And I
only got
apologize for my,
86,000 left in that ISP.
ISP is the 1 cent, is that,
That's the instructional support program.
okay?
So, as you can see, the budgeted expenditures, Mrs. O'Donnell gets a budget, Mrs. Austin, Mr. Crawford, all those different areas. Mr. Meyer, has a lot to do with like the staff development.
Understood.
And that,
But with the school year winding down,
we got 3 months to go.
we should be,
And here's the deal, Tommy. At the end of the day, if that budget, we have an instructional support levy, okay? And that works with the instructional support programming. If, let's say, we need to purchase $2,000 in textbooks. I'll give you an example. We had a second ag teacher last year, so we had to get more curriculum. We can pay for it out of our regular general fund. ISP is a specific piece,
okay,
but you got the general fund that can
kick in.
if need be.
Understood.
We try to live within the budgets.
And I appreciate
But
the
that's-
request to trim
That's
it.
the backstop, if you will.
Understood.
Upload 7 is self-insurance fund, that is stable as always. Upload 8, latchkey financials, and then we also have a quarterly comparison for that too. So latchkey is just over 53.5, that is down 6,600 from where we were last year at this time. And then the comparison is just the January, February, and March of 22 to 23, the difference in the revenues and the expenditures. Nutrition fund, upload 11 is fine as always. Upload 13, our activities report and all the negative balances, you're already aware of those things, so there's nothing new there. Our activities driving report, upload 15, very, very minimal, because it is track season. That will ramp up once we get into baseball and softball season. And then the final one I need to mention is upload number 16, which are the board bills. And we did not have a ton of bills.
We like that.
Yes, I wish.
Way to go, Angela.
They like that.
Yeah, it's all you.
Thanks. But if you have any questions about those, I'm happy to answer those or questions about anything else. Otherwise, I don't have any earth-shattering news.
That's good too.
Yeah, we like.
I'll make a motion to pay the bills.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right. Now we'll move on to administrative reports. See, Mrs. Austin is usually always first. You are first.
Leadership Day will be Wednesday, May 3rd. You'll all be getting invitations. And we're changing it up a little bit. As far as, we used to just basically have the program in the auditorium with the kids running the show and highlighting everything. But now, a lot of that, we've kind of moved beyond that now. And we're going to bring all the visitors into classrooms and actually see live stream like we do it. And then the teachers they'll stay and the teachers will do a leader and me lesson. Let the kids do a little bit of their roles and responsibilities. So that'd be great. We'll highlight our community service because that was what we took on this year. And it truly is amazing to see the kids and the teachers change gears in that mindset. Like today, second grade came up with, because they've all done some community service and we're just thinking about what our next steps will be because we need to kind of go a little bit more broader. And, but we had to have this year to have kids understand what community service was. Well, they saw the W out there. So second grade, I believe, is going to try to undertake painting the rocks and doing all that. And they've contacted Barb. And that's great. Yeah. So it is just really fun to see it explode. And Dubuque is, one of the elementary schools in Dubuque will be here they wanted to come see our leadership day. So that'll be fun. Mr. Kaufman was awarded this open science field ed project. So he'll be getting a lot of training over 2 years and some new science kits. He will be used with the 5th and 6th graders. So that's pretty exciting. He applied for that. Rock, paper, scissors champs. Macy Thompson was a returning champ. She won in kindergarten and first grade. Oh, boy. So I'm just telling you, keep your eyes open for her.
What
Again, the Student Lighthouse met today, so the kids plan the celebrations. So what they have decided to do with Earth Week is our celebration for April will be, they're each going to choose a place, every classroom, locally around the school to clean up for Earth Day, and then they're going to get to play at the park to celebrate. Yeah, we never done. I mean, that's just fun.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Madison Stone has started as a para for us, and Erica Schultz, as you saw, is transferring to Beaver North from the high school. She did her student teaching with Jeremy Putman, so she's got a lot of middle school background. And other than that, questions? Everything else is good.
What was the leadership in me that they were coming to do the test this evening?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because we're gonna have the kids, we're gonna surprise the kids. Oh, yes, it was great. The reports we got back were fantastic. So, yeah, it is really good.
Does the
It's
board
very
have any
exciting.
specific questions for Mrs. Austin? I had her, I talked about our conversation during our interest-based problem solving about kindergarten
Oh,
parents, et
yes.
cetera. and-
Yes.
And she put that together for
Yes.
you, so you could see how many
Yes.
people are in the classrooms currently, and how
Yes.
she tries to work that. Do you have any specific questions for her? And if you want, you can do it later if you would like to, but I think it,
I liked what you gave us. That was very helpful. The information.
It's hard. Help is always good,
I agree.
but it's sometimes hard to just see it from a system because they don't, but that's what they're done. If you look at it from the system, and we can, one of the biggest changes, and I told them this today, that I anticipate us making next year is we've been basically with a part-time guidance counselor all year.
Right.
And that has really affected some of the work we've been able to do. So our at-risk associates have been doing a lot more work with kids that possibly next year the counselor will be able to take on, which means those at-risk paras, which are already employed by us, we can flood kindergarten if that's the system need.
Okay.
I mean, we do have those 4 people available frequently during the day, and we have pulled them a lot this year to handle, just to talk with kids or sit by old kids in different grades, and but I anticipate that changing a little bit next year. And if the need changes, that's what we would do.
So are you, with your message, are you saying that there will be more paras in the classroom next year than there were this year?
I'm saying what we use our at-risk pairs for basically is iBlock. But between those 15-day cycles, we often have 8 days between cycles when we test, when we redo, and they aren't in that iBlock. It's 25 minutes for every grade level. So it's not the whole day. So, and Wednesdays, we don't even have iBlock. So those times, those people have available at the beginning of the year and the end of the year before we even start iBlock, we flood kindergarten, especially at the beginning of the year. Oh. Then after that, it's basically based on need as I see it, right? So if kindergarten needs more help, we have the ability to shift them more minutes in there. My biggest concern, and it's what I've told the teachers all along, each of them will have a child-specific para next year. And then iBlock person in there, part of the day. If we had another one, there would be 4 adults in that classroom. That's a really difficult thing to manage with a lot of moving parts. So I would like to see the need for that develop before the anticipated need. I guess really is bottom line how I see it. We do have a lot of needs next year in kindergarten, but I have a lot of faith in them. And we'll see, maybe it'll turn out differently.
So I guess, it's not ideal to try to hire mid-year, but I mean, if we use the resources we have and it's not enough and we need to post, we can do that.
Right,
So, I mean,
because for paras,
Yeah.
most of them are, it's not like a teaching contract that they're working somewhere else.
Right.
They're on a completely different contract. So the time of year is,
Less
it's
relevant.
always nice to start them at, that's
Correct.
gold standard, but we get them all the time.
I just was
Do
gonna
that.
say, we do them in and out
We
and.
did one
and-
tonight.
Yes, right.
So I mean, to summarize what I'm hearing, if they had a need still, we kind of need them to come back with almost like an action plan of how are you going to utilize? I mean, are we going to do pulling kids at the hall and doing more one-on-one? Is that the necessity or, but before we just carte blanche, give it to them, we need to know a plan.
What can they not get done? What's the problem that we need to address?
I'm also hearing you have other resources you can help with.
Yes, that have been pulled other places often right
So-
now.
So you can juggle some things to give them more
got some
help.
flexibility.
Yes, we have a lot.
That's the gap that I was trying to.
We've had a major
remedy
gap
my-
with the counseling position, particularly in the latter half of this year.
Yep.
That will now be plugged with the rehire, and so that then should free up.
Yeah.
I think it's also good that we start the year off flooded.
Yes.
And then we
Right.
measure, how's this going, where can we do, and then take away. It's a lot easier to, hey, now we can take away a little bit than it is to, oh no, we need to, kind of thing. So I
And
think
they will
that's great
see
that
how
we
they
do.
manage 4 adults in the classroom. Because that, I mean, that's been difficult in preschool because they've had so many adults in there. I mean, it's great, but it is different. I mean,
Somebody has to be the manager.
I know.
I have a question. So if a student is a one-on-one, does that aid travel everywhere? Do they go to specials with them? They
Depends
do
on
stick
what's
with them, depending on what the
in the
IEP
IEP,
states?
yes.
Okay.
often they do.
Yes. Because I think, and you know, everyone knows how it is, like, things are so different right now, and I don't foresee that getting better, you know? And obviously, I have no grand plan in the United States to fix that, but I think that where the kindergarten teachers were coming from, I think it's that stress that, of the unknown about being able to successfully teach their classroom when they're kind of, you know, you gotta manage, and it's kindergarten, you gotta manage anyway, you know? So I think that's a lot, you know, it's just a concern, which I appreciate because they're concerned about.
It is a
you know what I mean?
concern.
So I really
It
do.
is. It is a
I wanna make
concern.
sure that, you know, they're confident in their situation, and it could be classroom to classroom, you know, this one's got this 1, 2, 3 that kind of, you know, where this classroom is a little better off that way, or what, I mean, whatever. So it would be nice to get and to talk with them and maybe get the update, you know, when we're a couple months in, or, you know, 4 months in, whatever, just to kind of touch base to see where we're at, and not necessarily, here, we're hiring 3 people to stick, you know, one in each room.
Here's the thing too, you can hire one and shift them.
They can
different
rotate.
parts throughout the day. So I mean, again, it's not one size fits all. It's like, what are your needs and how can we plug?
We need to figure out the needs.
And see, what I remember, and
We
correct
gotta
me if
know
I'm
the needs to
wrong,
write the policy.
So, and we don't know the needs until school
Yeah.
starts.
so when I was in kindergarten, and obviously so long ago, but like my memory has, we always had someone in there, like I had Tammy Place, her very first year, I think was the year I was in her class. We always had someone in there, and we had a lot of volunteers, I feel like. I mean, and I know with COVID, that kind of backed people off a little bit, but I don't remember them really engaging with kids. I think it was more of like, I'm cutting out this, or, you know, it was more for the teacher. Where I'm more concerned, I would rather have, I mean, teach, that's your job, but I would rather have someone there emotionally or whatever for these kids, just because there's such a,
And that's been a real shift in the parents over the years,
Right.
because they used to be the teacher helpers.
Right.
And now we've asked them to be for their children.
Which
You
I
know, and the
like.
teachers, it is hard to get everything done, but we can't, you know, we can't have them running off papers. That's, the
Right.
teachers can do that.
Right.
It takes time, but.
right.
It's,
Okay.
I just want to bring that up because that was something we
Yes,
discussed. and I want to
Yes.
give her a chance to talk.
Right, thank you, Mrs. Austin. All right, we will move on to.
I won't add too much because I had invited some of those guests to come in and kind of show you what's new in the last month around here. I wanted to add a couple things. Kirsten Zeiser was selected as the winner of the Muscatine County Sisters, Sister Cities Young Artists and Author Showcase. And she is going to be honored on Sunday, April 23rd, the day after prom, and you know, all that, at 1:30 in Muscatine, and I'm super excited about that. Mr. Bensinger is the new art teacher, and he's just thrilled. And I think he's, you know, mentored her and really done a good job with that, and it's a big honor, so we're really excited about that. And then also our singers, we entered state small group contest, which we had not done here for a few years. And we had some soloists receive Division I ratings, Clifton Brown, Bane Dotson, Leila Glover, and Amber Owen. And then we had some kids get 2s, Jacob, which is still excellent, Jacob Imhoff, Aaron LaSalle's Fox, Z. Schubick, and Lauren Thompson. And then we had a mixed ensemble and our treble choir all got 1s. And our boys bass clef and chamber got 2s. That's really excellent because we have not We just haven't participated in that. We have state large group, band and choir competition on May 6th, coming up, same day as garage sale day. And prom on the 22nd. So a lot of those things, we're doing our ISATs testing right now. So far, so good. We had some connectivity problems Monday, but all figured out. And there's, the fire drill. We had Muscatine County Emergency Service Management here watching and the TV station. But it wasn't fire, it was tornado. We got everybody, we started the drill and we had everybody down and in their places within 2 minutes. And that was awesome. And yeah, that was great. The kids were great, staff was great. That's the best we've ever done it. And we had a lot of positive feedback from Muscatine County on that. So share that. Any questions?
Did you have something for an upload?
I did not. I forgot to send it. So I will send it.
Okay, I was just.
Because I'm like.
When it whispered to me, I'm like, well, she
No, I.
I thought maybe it was in the resignation, like with in somewhere.
Oh, right, the sea of all the
I clicked through all the way through, I'm like,
personnel
okay, I
stuff.
didn't see it.
There's a lot in there. It's just,
Well, why don't you just send it to us?
okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Mrs.
Any questions on the activities report for Mr. Hetzler?
Looks like he's requesting a change on the turf management.
Yeah, he's just, the board doesn't approve that, he's just showing you what,
Okay.
yeah. Nope, that's what.
But I mean, I think that's a great change, so.
Yeah. That's Dean Chalice, do you know him?
I don't, I see him.
He does a good job.
Yeah. I like that we're keeping it local.
No, absolutely. Yep, he's out of Tipton.
Doesn't hurt that we're saving money.
It's a win-win.
That's always good.
No, our facilities look outstanding, and that makes a big difference. Years ago, Tim might know this living on the street here, but we used to have dandelions that would pop up in the spring, it just looked horrible. And so we just started spraying. It's like, if you want to look elite and get stuff up, building the grounds make a big difference. So we spend the money to make it look nice out there. So, anyway.
That includes fertilizing and for the fields too. Baseball, softball, football.
All right. We will move
Ready
on.
to move on?
Yes.
All right.
Action items, consent agenda number 1.
All right, here we go.
Stuff's going on.
Here we go. I will say this before we do start. I know it's long, but this is the good stuff when you hear these people.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so I apologize, it
Yes.
seems long. Man, that's the stuff we want
Yep.
to celebrate.
Yes,
And when you give these people kudos,
yeah.
they try harder. Everybody needs to be recognized.
Yes.
So anyway, just a side note soapbox comment. Consent agenda number 1. You can see the different level of resignations here, from everything custodians to model teachers, people that are shifting to different positions, and the transfers. I'm not gonna read all of these.
I am gonna bring one up though.
Yes,
The cross country. I see some wording in here that I'm curious if anyone has ever talked to any of you about it or anything, or about, what she means by lack of accountability, consequences, athletic, and I'm just curious if it's ever been brought to you about anything.
it's the first I've
Okay.
seen anything.
And that's kind of where I was at, so I didn't know.
So I know that the past couple of years, she had an issue with a parent that they didn't agree on things and one of the,
Okay.
but, I like Patches. She really, 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 really goes out for these kids and she's very invested and her heart is in a really good place. I just think that I attended one of their meetings they had. They did like a book study and stuff and about being accountable and, that's one of her really big things, which I appreciate that. I think it's great, I just think, with talking with Briggs, it's a lot. She's a lot. And, lot always isn't a good thing, you know what I mean? And so that's, I'm assuming what that probably is. I did talk to her a little bit about that, but I haven't heard of anything else.
Okay.
I
I was
think
just,
that she,
if any of these concerns were brought
Yeah.
to, you know,
I
I'm
think
just curious.
I think it made her feel, she took it very personally and she felt underappreciated. And I understand, I get that, because she does put so much into it, you know, and she wants great things for these kids and she pushes them. And there's days, you know, I think it's great because Grace comes home and is like, oh, blah, blah, blah. No, she pushed you and you did it, you know, she knew you could do it. She knew your limitations, you didn't, you know? So that, I mean, losing her that way is bad, but I think there's, I don't know, I don't want to say anything negative because,
I just
You know
have
what
a
I mean?
question.
Yeah.
The things were, I didn't want her leaving and felt like nobody
No.
was like, okay.
I think
I don't
that's,
think the accountability piece is from the schools.
no,
Okay.
no, no.
I just wanted.
And
No,
like
I'm
I
glad you asked for
Well,
clarification on that.
And like I said, that was something she really pushed for the kids, which rightly so, and they should be accountable and we all know they're high school kids and, you know, so, yeah, I don't think, I agree. I don't think it was anything to do with the school at all. It was more of a personal issue
There's no
with
coaches
one of the
around to come
athletes.
by.
Yes.
So if there's an issue.
I've heard some swirling about possible coaches, but I
Okay.
don't know if that's true or
No,
not.
that's fine. I was just curious.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. Any other questions over anything? And, you know, we talked about the master agreement as far as the changing 10 days to 5 days. You can see our number of transfers. And it's just
Why?
start the 10-day clock, start the 10-day clock. So that'll be nice.
Motion to approve. I'll second.
Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right, consent agenda number 2.
Yes,
Policy.
there is nothing on here that I'm recommending in terms of making any tweaks. Lana went over these with me. There's nothing on here that needs to be updated from a Iowa Association of School Boards level or whatnot. But I'll certainly take any questions that you have. If there's anything, there's still things that come up legislatively that could change some of these things. You know, and I see like testing programs and different things that, you know, kids are required to take. There may be some opt-out situations that still may come from the legislative level. I don't know. But everything is current as of press time. That's it under consent agenda number 2.
Motion to approve consent agenda number 2.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Consent agenda 3.
Yes, first reading of 5046 and 5046R1. If you remember our last board meeting, we just talked about this with that student fundraising piece. And Angela and Joy got some information from some other schools on how they are addressing it and updated the policy as such. And you guys want to share just a little bit about that, that'd be great. That does not mean this is what you have to go with. It's an option. Okay, we have to have something in place with the fundraisers. And which schools did you pull from, North Scott?
North Scott, and then we pay for the IASBO policy primer. It costs us about $700-800 a year. So Lana goes through that, and then we had gotten examples from our auditor because that was a hot topic this year when we went to our sit down with all the districts that she services as far as an auditor's position. So she had given us several to look at and really kind of honed in on this because apparently there are some issues in some districts and maybe at some point the state is just going to say, this is going to be your policy, no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So you want to go over some of this here on what you're recommending to the board on the policy changes? Based upon those conversations and
So anything in bold is what has been added.
It's all bolded. It's all bolded.
Okay. Well, when I put it together, it wasn't that way, so I apologize. If you go back to last month's, if you're able to pull that up, and then you can see the differences between the two. So look at your March 8th regular meeting and pull that up, and I can kind of go back and forth. So that one, the only change in that one was adding the board must approve all student fundraising for the upcoming academic year at their August meeting. And then there was nothing in there about public purpose. And that is definitely one thing that the auditor said we need to have, because not always are these fundraisers following public purpose. So those were, that was from her. So,
My question, Angela,
yeah.
I think what we can do as a district, and we can talk about this, and obviously it'd be a learning curve. I think if we just have Mr. Hetzler and anyone that's involved in fundraising in the past, just put together a list of what we do for fundraising throughout the year. And if there's something that comes up, we can ask for a tweak to get board approval in one of those meetings. When Kay comes into audit, she will just say, did you do this? And does it match up? Okay? In my opinion, if the student council wants to do a 50-50 raffle at a football game, I don't think that falls under this. I'm talking like wreath, you know, if you're doing band sausage and wreath sales, or, you know, the fruit sales of FFA.
Gabe's pin, yes. What did he call that? I can't remember.
Right, but if we, everything that we know we do.
I read a check for
Right.
it, but I don't know.
On a typical basis, which we do annually, we know things come up every year. We just approve those in August. And if there's another major one that they want to do, bring it to the board.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
50-50
But give
fundraiser.
the chunk of it, you know, the beginning.
We've got to
of the
show that
year.
we're making an effort in that.
So in August, we have to give us a college try that said we did as many as we thought we could hit.
Here's what we know we will do.
Yeah.
These are our big ones, you know, the Casey's cards, or whatever, you know, whatever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We've
And,
done
and
that.
each coach knows their primary
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We know.
Right.
And this has all
It's
been,
just to help Joy too, because a lot of times we have things come in the office, they've done the fundraiser, they didn't fill out the paperwork, we don't know what it's for, the money's coming in. There's a breakdown in communication between the athletic department doing that and then Joy knowing about it. So
I
we're
think it'd
just
be,
trying to connect.
we gotta give it a shot. It's a
Yep.
law. We'll give it a shot.
and this has all been brought to every coach's attention that we will need this in August, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Ryan will need to do that.
And it will be more, once we've had to get it approved, so we know what
Yep.
the plan was.
Okay, makes sense.
So as far as this might be a different question, but the part where the funds are distributed equally amongst all kids, is that in code or is it a requirement from the state somewhere? Is it, okay.
Yes,
That's the only thing I ever get feedback about
that
is,
took
you know,
effect probably.
my kid sold $5,000 worth of
Right.
stuff and is getting $100 benefit,
Right.
just like everyone else.
Yes, that
with
came down
nothing.
from the state that,
Okay.
like, an example is like the chorus and band trips.
Right.
Yeah, your kid might have sold $1,000 and the other one sold $5. It has to be divided amongst them all equally.
But within that segment, it's,
Yes. Yes.
Correct.
Those students going on the trip, or however they. yes.
whatever the fundraiser is
Each-
for, whatever.
Each student, say they get $100, you can't say, yeah, this one gets 100, this one gets 80, this one gets 5. Yeah, you can't do that.
Really comes into play, like Joyce said, on trips, like for a band or,
Of course.
I don't
The-
know, fundraiser for the wrestlers or whatnot, obviously goes to the wrestling program.
Right,
That
right,
fits everybody.
right.
But you're right, Rob.
Yeah.
You know, parents say, hey, I raised $2,000. Why do you want my son get, or daughter get $2,000 off their trip fee?
Get it.
So I recommend A and B. One's the regulation, the other one's the policy. And when I say regulation, you can just see how it's regulating that policy of 4.6. Letter C is our second reading of the 5053, which I discussed with you last month. promotion, retention, acceleration. And then letter D, district budget as presented twice now. For the moving tonight in the hearing. Any questions specifically about that? And then the same with letter E with the amended budget. Letter F, here's where we're gonna need some direction with the board. In the handbook, help me, Angela and Joy, does it have in the handbook the recommended fees, upgrades?
The latchkey?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to keep the fees the same? That's the decision you'll have to make once we, and we can talk about it now, but once a motion is made, it can prove consent agenda number 3. If you wanted that to remain the same rate, you have to say that in the motion, but I recommend we approve consent agenda number 3. And while changing the X or leaving that, you know what I'm saying? If you change it, just put that in the motion. But the way it's written has that $5 and $10 increase. That's, again, that's your prerogative, but this would be the time to discuss it.
And I think I'm speaking for Ann and that she would like to get this taken care of sooner or later because she has parents already asking.
I think the board has to make a decision on what you want to do tonight moving forward.
I would like more data weeks ago, to be honest, but that's.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good every year to have Ann, I would take notes over here about things for next year. I think it'd be good to have her come visit with the board a couple times a year. How are things going? Here's my budget. Let's review it. Here's a, you know.
Right. Angela, where we're at right now, are you feeling comfortable with that? I mean, obviously, if we get to the point where.
We're 10 grand lower than last year at this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. And she probably held back about 3,000. She didn't do those other 2 purchases yet. The only thing that concerns me is that she's been getting this food from a church donation. What if or when that goes away and she's got a big spike in kids?
Because she used to purchase the snacks, right?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah.
always.
Yeah, she always
So
did
this
that.
church thing is somewhat new.
Okay.
So, I believe that we will be okay till this time next year and we could revisit it.
We need more information next year.
Well, just an accurate projection of where we expect to be, and to me, we can
So I
look at this quarterly even.
I was gonna say, is there any way that we
Actually,
can not
It's
just
kind
before
of,
it, but do
in
it
some ways,
throughout
it's
the
the
year?
same thing as what we're talking about with the kindergarten teachers of, we're
It's
anticipating an issue, but we haven't really projected it out very
Regardless of
accurately.
numbers.
It's hard to do because from
That's kind of the
18
fiscal
to
job.
19, we went up. Our balance went up. Same with 19 to 20 and 20 to 21, just because of all those grants,
Yes.
COVID, all that. So it's really gonna be hard to go back and do a projection. But from 21 to 22, we were down 3,000. Already this year, we're down almost 10,000. So let's say we go down 20,000, then we're gonna have a balance of maybe, around 30,000 come this time next year. So I believe that we will be okay.
That's good.
That's great.
Personally, I'm comfortable with that, if that's how that plays out. That's,
I
if
think
we're
she-
talking 5 or 10,000, and it's good to be proactive, but
Right.
when it's coming out of people's pockets, that's a different.
And I just
story.
think what, like Ann said, she's had to save the program twice. She is just extremely conscientious.
Which is, yeah, right, that's not a
I
bad thing.
appreciate that. I want to make financial decisions based on facts, not feelings. And so
True.
feelings are a little bit part of it, but let's look at what we actually need, and especially when it's a user fee generated thing.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and tell her then, because she has been extremely conservative this year. I want her and I know you guys do, to spend like she has in the
Like
past.
we told her, yeah. She just, maybe reiterate that.
Get what
Yeah.
she
Yes.
needs.
Yeah. I don't want her.
I mean, I appreciate her conservative nature.
Yes.
And I would prefer she maintain some of that,
Right.
but if needed, buy it. I mean, like, let's not go get Nintendo Switches for every kid there to keep them busy all summer, but
iPads for everyone.
yeah.
Well, here's the deal too. You have the ability as a board to influence rates at any time.
Exactly.
If
It's
you
not
have to
like we
make an
have to do it
adjustment the
now.
first of the year,
Right.
because we're halfway through
And
and
that's
we
where I was
anticipate
at
a
with
short,
it, yeah.
you got options.
We can always change
Give
things
people
up.
some notice.
That's what I mean, but again, you got options.
The only thing I've not figured in this is any increase in wages for this next fiscal year. That is not part of this equation, so. But otherwise, yes.
But like she's saying too, even with those increase in wages, she thinks she's gonna have a lot more kids too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's,
You offset
you know,
for
I mean,
revenue.
yeah, yeah.
Like you said, it
Yeah,
should.
just maybe reiterate to her that this is what the board really wants you to do. Go ahead and business as usual. If it gets to the point where we're starting to get worried, we'll visit it more
Yeah.
closely and, yeah.
And we all know between her,
Yeah.
all of us, we're good at keeping an eye on that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I do think, and it's just my opinion again, I think we need to have Van in front of the board a little bit more to answer your guys' questions. It shouldn't just be a yearly visit.
Sure.
Pop in, we'll go over these together. What are some, you know what I mean?
What are
That way
some,
there's no
what are some needs you
surprises,
have?
you know.
I mean, if she came quarterly or whatever, and, okay, so here's where I'm at financially, but here's my needs also. So I've skimped on X, but we need Y.
Or I've had to start buying snacks again, or whatever the case might be.
Well, it gives you more information, or you can jump in the community and why you raise this. Well, I know why, because of this.
Right.
If you don't have the information, you're shooting in the dark.
Right?
And because she runs that program herself, she knows better than I do. She does, so.
All right.
Sounds good.
So,
So.
everybody understand, to make the motion, you have to say, keep the fees. Okay. Letter G is our master contract with the WEA. As we discussed with interest-based problem solving. Thank you for Linda and Tommy coming last week, and it was relatively quick meeting. And I think we're where we need to be. Letter H is our certified staff handbook. Did make some tweaks in there as we,
Let's back up. Why,
Yeah.
why does the cover it say to 27?
they're all for 5 years.
Okay, that's right. Then, okay, good.
Yep.
22 to 27. All right, I missed that.
Nope, that's
All
it.
right. Did you said 23 to 24 and then it's like.
I know.
All right. Never
It's
mind.
not confusing, it's not.
No, it's not.
Our government.
There you go. All right.
All right. Yeah. Letter H, as I said, is our certified staff handbook, and you aware of the changes that we talked about during interest-based problem solving, the 10 to 5 days, changing sick leave as far as reimbursement, et cetera, et cetera. Letter I is our driver education contract with Mississippi DEA. We're required by law to offer driver's ed, but basically we subcontract out with Mississippi Bend. That's how that works. If we have students that are free and reduced or whatnot, you know, they get that rate. That's why it runs through the school. And then letter J is again that memorandum of understanding with the Muscatine County Fair.
So I move to approve consent agenda number 3 with the exception that the last year handbook should read that the rates will remain at the current dollar amounts.
Second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Very good.
Individual.
Yes, we have the Chromebook bids for first grade. You see that? What's that? You have it?
Oh,
Here we go.
Here
It's
we go.
small.
Yep.
It's small. 84 Chromebooks, the recommendations with IT Savvy, with that 25, 221 amount.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot of bids in my year, but that is about as close as I've ever seen with a $25,000 amount. Now, $70 versus $80, but
Yeah.
that's really tight.
Yes, it is. Wow.
So,
IT Savvy's always been good to deal with, though, haven't they?
They have.
Reason for that.
yeah, if they weren't, Bo and Justin would
Oh, Justin would definitely.
share that with us.
Yep. All right, so that's individual.
Yep, so I need a motion on that individually.
Make a motion to approve the bid for the 84 Chromebooks. from IT Savvy.
Second?
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Hearing for the calendar amendment.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about in our interest problem solving would be tweaking the calendar for next year. So we need to set a hearing date to allow public input on that change, which we will do prior to our May board meeting.
It'll be at 5:30. We do that
Yeah, we just go
first.
flat at 5:30. And as you know, the one change I'll say is publicly is to not have a building snow day, but just have a 4-day weekend over the President's Day holiday weekend and tack that day at the end. That's all it is.
No, but we have to be transparent. That's great. All right.
So, need a motion?
I'll make a motion to set the hearing date for May 10th for the regular meeting.
Second.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, we need a motion, a second to go into closed session as stated. You don't need to repeat the whole thing. And it's a roll call vote, Joy. And then we'll go over to my office to have a closed
I
session.
think so.
Doing a closed session as stated.
Oh, no, we need.
Yeah,
Sorry. Then we.
Going on notice.
Okay,
Sorry.
Tim Barrett. Yes. Linda Duncan.
Yes.
Linda Duncan.
Yes, I'm sorry, I said yes.
Yes.
Rob Metzger,
Yes.
Tara Wine.
Yes.
All right, we go to closed session. You can use restroom later, and we'll just meet in my office. And then when we're done with that, we will go into exempt session to talk about classified salaries and benefits. Well, this is the best meeting of the year. I can't get enough of you guys.
Sorry. You're right. Oh, my God.
This is my second one this week. I won Monday and Durant, tomorrow night I got another meeting in Durant. Trying to figure out
What you gonna do?
building. Fun,
Yeah. What you gonna do?
what you gotta do.
I'm gonna leave this.
Yeah, you can leave.
Yes.
I'm gonna leave my computer over here too, I think.
Well.
Just to make sure.
I will say this, shine some good news, it shouldn't take too long. I mean, Linda and Tommy talked to Angela, put some numbers in, you guys have to review it and just say what you wanna do, so it's,
I think it'd be pretty straightforward.
well, I'm just saying, it's not.
No. All right, I'm good.
Denise, what are you doing next year on the makeup, on that Friday?
I don't know, Joe, I'll let you know. Maybe come see you.
You can work in your office if you
She was
want.
gonna substitute in case we had a snow day, but now that's out.
Yeah, right? Right?
It's Snow Star.
We'll be in touch, Joe. We'll be in touch. I'll keep you in the loop.
You gonna be good?
Yeah. I said, I'm gonna find out where's the safety mask.
So we don't go into closed session. You have to wait. But you can go in your office and work.
I'm not kidding.
Well, I know, and Todd's gonna go, where have you been? Where are you? I should took my phone with me. Still in the school board meeting, sorry. Maybe he doesn't care. Oh, well, because it's our anniversary today.
Oh, no.
37 years.
Congratulations. I'm sorry you spent it doing this.
Oh, yeah, look at the time. Your husband wondering where you've been for the last 2.5 hours.
That's what my text says.
Oh, he voicemailed me.
Well, mine's lit up, but it's nobody that. Yeah, a lot fuller in there.
Oh, okay, yep. Oh, I know, I will. I mean, that brand, I work a lot of that stuff.
Tim Farley says hi.
I got more people worrying about a visitation for all that's gonna be than.
Okay.
All right. All right. What we got left?
We can start, because all we're gonna do is adjourn.
Okay, okay.
Well, we've got to make a motion to go exit closed session.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Let's see. Roll call vote.
Just say I will.
Aye.
No, it's a roll, I'm sorry, I lost.
Sorry, yeah, say yes, don't.
Tim Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Duncan. Yes. Tom Fitzgerald.
Yes.
You
Rob
can go.
Metzger.
Yes.
Mr. Sherrill.
Yeah, we're doing exempts, or like classified.
Yes,
all that
thank
stuff.
you.
Yeah.
We'll talk in the morning.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Good night, guys.
Thank you.
You too.
Thanks.
What's left of it anyway, right?
All right, Ange. Do you have physical copies of?
We gotta adjourn the meeting. That was to come out of closed session.
Give me.
Well,
I'm leaving.
blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah?
Adjourn the meeting.
I second, there we go. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, all right.
Fine. Board takes note of that when looking at everybody's package.
Remember that one time when she scooted out early on?
Exactly. Yeah, I cannot say anything negative about Joy. She made monster cookies this week.
They weren't here?
Next month, Joy, they want monster cookies.
We want